Prova, prova. And we are live. Hi guys, hi everyone. Could you just tell me if you're able to hear me? Do you hear my voice? Do you hear my voice? Please give me a feedback so we can proceed. Great, thanks Balaji. Thanks Balaji. Nice to meet you. Hi Ciambellano. Hi Ciambellano. Everything fine. Cool, cool, cool. Thanks a lot. I'm really excited about being here with you guys today. It's my first live streaming on YouTube, so I'm also really worried about it. But okay, let's go ahead. There's a lot to do, a lot to learn today. So let's get started. So today I want to proceed as a normal work day. So we will divide our hours in chunks of time, and we will use a specific technique I will talk to you about later. So let's see what we are going to do today. So we have a session this morning. Here it's morning initially of 3 hours, and then in the afternoon other 4 hours for a total of 7 hours together. So let's see what we are going to do. So I open my favorite editor, Visual Studio Code. Okay. So today we are going to create a full stack React application. What does it mean, full stack? This means that we will create the front end, but also the backend with a database attached to it. So we will create a Next.js app. We will use Chakra UI as the design system for the React components. Okay, to speed up the development. And we will create our first part, which is the front end, so the landing page. Hi, Falana. Nice to see you here. We will create a landing page. After that, we will start creating authentication using NextAuth. Okay, we will use, we will see it later, but a Twitter single sign-on. Okay. And then we start developing our backend. So let's say we create some endpoints, RESTful endpoints. Okay. Of course, before this, we need to set up our database because the authenticated users will be stored there in a database. We will use PostgreSQL, which is a relational database. Okay, you know, the databases are split between two types. Hi Mahesh, hi Mahesh. Relational databases and NoSQL databases, which are not relational, of course. In our case, we use the a relational database, uh, leveraging Heroku, and we will also use an ORM, which is called Prisma. Okay, so this is the scheduling for today. Okay, hey Faham, hi, nice to meet you. So let's get started. Okay, so many of you, of course, asked me if it would be possible to use after the streaming the code that I will create with you today. Of course, the answer is yes. I will create right now a GitHub repository that will be public, so you can use it also after the live streaming. You can fork it and use it. So repository name, let's use Fullstack React App. available. Cool. Full stack React app. And this is public. Okay, let me add also a git ignore file. Choose license. DMAT, usually it's fine. Okay. Not able to create a repository. Let me create, let's see if there's a Node.js. Yes, cool. Okay, here we are though. Now we created the public repository. Remember guys, you need to master Git as a versioning tool. It's market standard and you need to use it in both situations if you work as a solo founder, so alone, or if you work in a company, really Git is mandatory. Okay, now that we created then the repository, we need to clone it locally on my machine. Okay, so I copy this, I open a terminal, I use iterm2, which is really cool, and I say git clone, and then the URL of my repository. Perfect. Now there is a folder on my computer which is called Fullstack React App. Okay, I use this command code to open this folder in Visual Studio Code directly. Here we are. Okay, yes, I trust this author. It's myself. Let me open the terminal here also. Okay, here we are. Great. So first step, let me copy this here and close this window and split. Okay. I hope you can read the text very well, guys. I think so. Yes, should be okay. So first of all, we create the Next.js app with TypeScript support. Why TypeScript? This is very cool because we want our code base to be type safe. Also, it has many benefits. Of course, there is a little bit of override. We need to create the types of our return types, data structures, functions, and so on. But believe me, this is very useful on the long term if you need to refactor your code or you need to touch code that you didn't create. So after some months you don't remember about the data structures and the data types. Really, TypeScript is very important. Okay, so Next.js, create app, TypeScript. Of course, for every library tool technology, then the official website usually is full of documentation. So use the official website to do what you need to do, basically. So here there is a guide, small guide about creating a Next app with support for TypeScript. So this is the command: yarn create Next app dash TypeScript minus TypeScript. Okay. Project name is Fullstack App. Installing dependencies: React, React DOM, and Next. So Next is a kind of tool that's built on top of React. So we can create our UI components using React, but Next.js extends the possibility of Next to create the backend and server-side rendering. It really includes a lot of features, really cool features. Oh, yes, just one more thing. I told you that I want to organize the time we spend together. Hi, Marco. Hi, Marco. Um, using a technique which is called the Pomodoro technique. Oops, technique. If you're wondering what's a Pomodoro, it's an Italian word because an Italian developer created this technique. Yes, Francesco Cirillo. And Pomodoro is tomato, basically. So the idea is to create a timer, to always have a timer and split our time in chunks. In this case, we will use 50 minutes period. We will create things, we will be really focused on the activities, and then we will have a 10 minutes break. And then we iterate with this approach. Okay, I use this really simple but efficient tool, which is called Heroku. And let's say we have 55 minutes really focused. Okay, here's the website, of course, if you want to more details about this technique. I send the link in chat. Great. Ciambellano developed an application can be used as a Pomodoro clock. Ciambellano, please share the link of your application. We are looking forward to use it. Okay. Let's see if... Okay, Node is not compatible with this module. They expect these versions. Okay, and they got the 13. So Node minus minus version. Yes, I have the version 13. So now we use a tool very, very useful, which is called NVM. NVM stands for Node Version Manager. Really, really suggested. So I create a file here called nvmrc. Okay, and I write inside version I want to use of Node.js, so version 14. And then I run in the terminal nvm use to switch the version used in this project only, so in this folder, to version 14. So now the create next app command should work. Full stack React app. Okay, there is already. Uh-huh. Okay. Let me remove the Backend.json. Okay, there's another one. It created another folder inside. Okay, so let me remove package. The node version should be still 14. Perfect. And now, okay. Let me save this file in the meantime. Oh, let me add it to the README. Okay. Cool. So let's check the documentation. Okay, for existing projects, it's not our case. Okay. Now we should be able to run npm run dev or yarn dev to run our application. Okay, there are some other details, but we should be good to go. So if I open the package.json created by the command, we have some scripts. We have the dev script, the build script, start, and lint. So in order to run our application locally, it's enough to run npm run dev. Oops. Let's try with the start first. Content package JSON. Okay, always the problem with this double folder. Okay, yarn dev. Could defend the pages directory. Okay, it looks like we're missing something in our. Okay, let's use next. npx next. Okay, no page. It looks like it doesn't create everything. So let's use the getting started. Okay, we did this. Okay. Okay. Yes, in fact, we are missing many folders here. They should have been created. So let me start from scratch. Okay. Okay. Now -v. Let me use version 12. Could be something broken with the latest version of NVM. I remove the folder. Okay. And we start from scratch. We use npm. Okay. Stack React. Let's see if. Okay. Okay, now it's definitely better. So guys, don't use Node.js version 14, use version 12. Everything is going to work fine. Okay, so here we have the folder structure, much better. Okay, we have our commands. So npm run dev. Okay, again, I'm not in the right folder. Okay, started. Very good. Okay, so here we have our application on localhost with something already provided by Next.js. A get started page basically. So get started by editing pages index.tsx immediately. Okay, I can close this. Okay, so pages index.tsx. As you can see, there already JSX syntax. The JSX syntax is the special syntax used by React, but not only by React, that allows us to mix together HTML tags, standard tags like this, with custom components. In this case, the head component comes from Next.js directly, but as we will see later, we will create our own components. Okay. Okay, so everything is inside pages, and there is also a folder called API with already an hello API that basically returns a JSON object with John Doe. This is just an anticipation. So if I go to the browser and I type API/hello, I see the result. Very cool. So this means that with Next.js, we can create the front-end part of our application, but also the backend part. So this is very, very cool. Okay, so the first task we have is we created the Next.js app. Now we want to install Chakra UI React components. So let's go to the Chakra UI website. Okay, you should have a guide for Next.js. Yes, here we are. So we did this already. So we need to install Chakra UI now. Yes, use yarn. Okay. Okay, while it is installing, let's see what is Chakra UI. So Chakra UI, it's a library of React components, really well developed, well done. So we want to leverage this. Let's see the basic components. So we have, for instance, the box component, which is the basics of our UI. As you can see, there are many props we can pass to our Chakra UI component, like the max width, the border radius, and so on. So all the CSS rules are available here, and they're also more powerful. Then there is the flex component, which is a box, a div with the display flex. It can be used. There is the simple grid to use the CSS grid and the grid. So we will look at it later when we will build our landing page and we will create our layout. We will decide which of these components is the better one for us. Okay, let's see if it is completed. Yes, Chakra UI is installed. Let's return back to the get started guide. Chakra UI Next.js. Okay. Now we want to add the Chakra provider. So this is so behind the hood, Chakra UI makes use of emotion, if I'm not wrong. Yes. So this is a CSS in JS library. What is really cool about emotion is that there is this concept of a theme. So there is a common theme with different variables like the colors that we will use in our application, spacing, the breakpoints for responsive layouts, and so on. Many things. And in order to allow the components of Chakra to use this common theme, we need to encapsulate our application inside a provider. The provider is a concept from React. Basically, it creates a context, an execution context for our components, and all the components inside the provider can inherit a prop, basically. In this case, the theme, for instance. Okay, so we need to add the provider specific for Chakra in our application, which is the entry point is pages underscore app.js, in our case .ts, because we use Typescript. So let's do that. We import the Chakra provider from the Chakra UI React package, and we encapsulate. Okay. So this is the root of our application, this component here. So we want to have the provider wrapping our application. Okay. So for Chakra, that's almost it. So let's go back to the index.tsx. Okay, let me close this. Let me open, okay, the localhost page. Okay. Now we want to change a bit the layout. Of course, we want to have our own application. Let's see what we want to create. So let me open Figma. I always use Figma to create my artboards and illustrations that I publish on Twitter as well. This is very, very, very cool. Okay, let's create a wireframe of our page, of our landing page for our application. So probably we want to create a bar on top. That will be our top bar. Okay, we'll create our, say, hero section and top bar. Okay, we want to put probably, oops, the, the name of our app, our brand, let's say. Okay, super app. Okay, let me center it. And a bit more margin. And also we want to suggest to the user the navigation. So we'll have a menu with smaller, with a blog page, the product page, the pricing, of course. Okay. Okay. I group them together. A menu. Okay. Then of course we want to suggest to sign up. Okay, we'll use rectangle. This text inside. We will use the get started. Get started. Because in our case, we will leverage the Twitter sign-on, single sign-on. So there is not sign-up process, but you just click, you connect your Twitter account, so the application to the Twitter account, you are in immediately. Okay. This is the get started button. Okay. And we add a little bit of radius. We change the color, of course. Let's use this one. Okay. And a bit of radius. Here it is, 8 pixels of radius. Okay. Cool. Okay, let's change the color a bit. Let's use the gray. Okay, so Reusable wrap, really bold, maybe a different color, like our, let's say, primary color of the application. It's going to be kind of blue. Okay. Then we have our hero section, probably with text inside. We will use nice gradient, UI gradient. Let's take one just with the blue or Atlas. Yes. Just copy it. Okay. We use a linear gradient. The first color is this one. Then we have another color, which is this one. And the third color, which is this. Okay, we change the orientation. Okay. And we can add our main claim. Use the super, let's say, increase your productivity with uh, make your app a minutes. Okay, let's make it a bit bigger. Okay. Let's increase a bit the spacing, 64, the line height. Okay. And usually there is a subline. Your full stack web React app. I'm going really, really fast. This is a small design, of course. You can refine it. Just an example for us to implement something. Okay. 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 After that, we will have something with the some details about our service. So we have a picture. Okay. Some text to describe it. It includes Next.js, Chakra UI, um, database, and so on. Not bold, but regular. Let's say the mortgage standard technologies. Let's make it a bit gray. Okay. And 18. Okay. Could be like this. Okay. Okay, very cool. And finally, the footer. We'll make our footer of another color like this one. Yeah, seems good. Or maybe our brand blue color. Okay, here we can say um, super up 2021. Okay. Follow on Twitter. Instagram, Facebook. Okay. We'll group these. Okay, and this together and super up. Okay. Okay. Perfect. So now we have, let's say, it's more than a than a wireframe. We have a lot of details, so we can start building. Okay. I move this. It's a reference. I can close this. Okay. Here we are. Okay. First of all, we have many files that have been added to our project that are not synchronized with our, let's say, remote repository. These modifications are locally on my machine, so we will leverage Git and we create a commit. So I add to this stage all these files. Okay, and I create a commit with a message that says feature web app installed Chakra UI. That's it. Let's say created next app and installed Chakra UI. Okay, now that I have the commit, if I use get status, I see that I am on the branch called main, and my local branch is ahead of one commit compared to the origin main. Origin main, I remember you, is the remote repository on GitHub. Use git push to publish your local commits. So what is incredible about Git is that it always gives you useful messages to help you proceed. So let's use git push. Okay, git status. Okay, up to date. So now my commit, if I use git log, oops. Okay, they can see that I have the initial commit, of course, and then my commit with my message created by myself. Okay. And now if we go to GitHub, in my repository, here we are. And commits. Two commits. Yes. The initial commit and the commit I did. So now if someone of you has already cloned the repository, it's now able to use the git pull command and get my code as well. So this is very, very useful. Okay, so we have 26 minutes before the next break. So let's try to implement something to create our landing page. I go to Figma. Where is it? Here it is. Okay. 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 Okay, so I can remove all of these. We don't need them. Okay, the main, the footer. Okay, we've seen that as soon as I saved the page, the file, sorry, the page immediately reloaded. That's why, because Next.js has a hot reload mechanism but refreshes the page immediately. Better, doesn't refresh the page, it pushes the modification into the page. And so you see the modifications almost immediately. And this is very good. We can update the title, the title meta tag of our page in the head of the page. Super up. Oops, superb. Super up. Okay, you see that the title has changed. If I open the DevTools, I can see the HTML that was generated. So head, we have a lot of meta, a lot of scripts created by Next.js, and I should have also the title. Yeah, title, perfect. Now we want to create the body of our page. So let's use a component from Chakra UI, which is the container component. You see that it has been automatically imported. Let me move it down a bit. Okay, test. Yes, here we are. So the container components, container, okay, it's a component that has a maximum width, and so it doesn't take the full width of the page, but it can decide how big it is. Usually, you want to have your content not taking the wall space, the wall width of your screen, but a little bit smaller. And if we look, inspect the component, you can see that we have our container. And then, yes, this is the Chakra container. Okay, you see that there are some margin left and right, some padding left and right. Okay, it doesn't take the full space, but it's good for us. Okay. Okay, so probably this is good for our hero page, hero section, where you don't want to take the wall space, at least the content, but it's not really good for the top bar and the hero background. Okay, so let's get started with um, the top bar. In this case, we use the flex component. I always like to use the flex component. Okay, you see there is a shortcut. Usually it's command dot, where a Visual Studio Code suggests Hi, Ismat suggests what you need to do to import a component that's currently missing and suggests the package from which the component will be imported. Okay, so let me import the Flex component. As you can see, it has been added to Chakra UI layout package. Okay, we want this to be full width. So the width will be 100 viewport width. Okay. Yeah, guys, I installed also GitHub Copilot. It's crazy. It's incredible. Okay, anyway, let's use the container anyway. Okay, and we use max width. Oops. Of course, we are missing the closing tag. Max width. Okay, suggest me the possible values I want to use. Say Excel. Okay. And we want to create the super app. So we use text. How about yes, super app. We need to import it, of course. I don't know why there's always something wrong with the import of text, but you can do it manually. Okay. So we have our super app. Of course, we need to change it a bit because the style is different. What is really cool about about Figma that it provides you also the CSS of what you created, you drawn on the canvas. So we will not use position, width, and height, and so on, but we can use the rest. So this is a text of font size of 36 pixels and font weight, which is bold. And font size, it's already there. Font style normal is the default. If you want line height, 42 pixels. Okay, and of course there is the color, which is this one. Okay, let's go back. Here we are. Okay, let's remove the container. Yes, I want it to the left of the page. Okay, then we create the menu and the get started button. Okay, so we create another flex. Okay, text be black, and then we have product and pricing. So let's start leveraging components of React. So what I mean is that we need to reuse our components, right? So let me start creating something else. So let me show you first what you can achieve without reusing components. Okay, this is, oh, well, we can use the horizontal stack component from Chakra UI. Okay, as you can see now, they're on the same row. Yes. So this is the horizontal stack. And then I can define the spacing between them of 16 pixels. Okay. And I want this to be justify content center. Oops. It's align content actually. Okay. Okay, this should be display flags. Where is the rest? Yes, here we are. So here there is these in-depth tools, this great box with all the different configurations of our flags. So we want it to be flex direction row, to align content to the center. Okay, and the rest I think is fine. Okay, so let's add flex direction row, just yet to be explicit. Okay, then you see that it's not perfectly vertically aligned, so block, product, and pricing. This is because our stack is You see, it has the right height, but the P elements are not correctly centered. So let's try to add, this has already the display flags, exactly. So, okay, should be able to, okay, we'll check it later. Okay, anyway, align content center. Okay, and then we add to the text flex grow of 1. Okay, as you can see, the now the superb app p tag pushes the rest of the content to the right because it has this flex grow 1 property. This means that it will take all the space available, basically. Okay. Okay. I just changed the width to 100% because this 100% will consider also the padding that we have here. Okay. Now we need to change a bit the style of our menu. In this case, just the color probably. So color is this. Okay. And the font size, here we are, is 18 pixel. So font size 18 pixels. Okay, perfect. And we need to repeat the same for all the elements in the page, for all the menu items, so blog, product, and pricing. So probably this is the right moment. You see there is a lot of duplication to start leveraging React components. How we do it, I usually like to use a design principle which is called atomic design. Okay, atomic design from Brad Frost 2013. So it's not a new concept, but really established in the market. Hi Toma, hi Toma. There is a question. What is the extension to see previous commit message on VS Code? In VS Code, I use usually Git lens that I think it was integrated into VS Code, something like that. But here on this tab, you can see the commits, all the commits done. And this is the previous message. Okay. And the modifications done. So in this case, I just added some files. Okay. Otherwise, I also like to use the terminal. So if I go here and I say git log comment, I can see the last commits of my repository, and this is the message that I created. Okay, I hope it replies to your question, Toma. Okay, so back to reusing components, atomic design. Briefly, okay, this is a metaphor of the periodic table of the elements, where single elements are composed together to create molecules, organisms, and so on. So atoms are the, you're welcome, Toma. Atoms are the smallest components of our application. In our case, we use Chakra UI. So for instance, the flex component, the box component are all atoms. Could even be a single HTML tag, like div, it's an atom, p, it's an atom, and so on. Then we have molecules. Molecules are made of atoms composed together. So if you want to create, I don't know, a button, and we have a box and the text inside, that would be a molecule, right? Because we have two atoms together. And then, of course, we have the organisms where we compose together molecules, atoms, and so on to create bigger components. And then the metaphor breaks, and we have templates and pages. So templates are layout, which are empty, and React components empty with just layout, and then you push using props your components in your template component to fill the space, to fill the layout, and then finally we have the page. So let's try to use this metaphor to build our application. So I create a new folder here, components. I create three folders inside, atoms, molecules, organisms. I skip templates, I use pages. Okay. Now what we want to create is this menu item that includes already text from Chakra UI that, from my perspective, it's already an atom. So what I'm creating is now I want to create a component with an atom and some text. So in my opinion, this is a molecule. Menu item. Oops. I create a new folder. I create a new file. Menu item.tsx. I'm gonna start building it. Export const menu item. We have a children component, which is the text that's going to appear inside. And then I copy what I have here. So I create a generic version of this. Okay. Of course, I need to include import text from Chakra UI React. Okay. And now I have children underlined. So the problem is from TypeScript validation is children has an implicit type of any. We don't want to use any. In this case, we know in advance that we will use only text for the moment. So I create a type, menu item props, okay, which is children type string. And I assign this type to the menu item. So this special syntax is from TypeScript. If you're not familiar with it, this is the variable menu item. After the colon here, we have the type. In this case, this is a functional component, FC, so React functional component, and the arguments, so the props passed to this component are made of one prop only, one property, children, of type string. So now children is string and React node. Eventually could also be a React node. Okay. We are exporting menu item from this file. So now we can use it. Menu item. Okay. Block. I need to import. Yes. Okay, so import menu item from module components, molecules, menu item, menu item. Perfect. Let's see the result. Okay, it's the same as before, of course. But now, if I have, yes, this a Chrome extension to inspect the React components, I can see that this is the menu item, while this is just text. Okay, the text component. So let me do the same on product and pricing. Okay, Now let's add the button, the get started button, and we import the button component from Chakra UI again. Okay, it's get started. I don't think it was imported correctly. Yes. And we have the get started button. We just want to change it to variant solid. Color scheme blue. Okay. Okay, now we just want to add some space between the menu items and the button. In our case, we have 82 pixels. So let's add to the flex, the margin left, margin left of 82 pixels. Okay, we are almost there. Okay. Okay, let's add some padding, top and left. So we use 2 pixels, 0, 4 pixels, 6. Okay, so we have some more space. Okay, okay. Super wrap, get started. Of course, we want to have these as links. There is a special component, next link, that we can use. Okay, that links to another page using all the optimizations of Chakra UI, of Next.js, sorry. So blog, okay, link, href, it's blog. Okay, and then we need to have anchor inside. Okay. Okay, so now the type has changed the children type of menu item, so we need to update it. We go to menu item, and we change to string or React node. Okay, and now it's the validation, TypeScript validation is back again. Okay, here we are. Okay, now we have the cursor and we see that on the bottom left of the window, we can see, oops, that is pointing to different pages. Okay, of course, the page doesn't exist already, so if I click on blog, I should get a not found. Yeah, exactly. 404, this page cannot be found. We will create it later just to see how to create the different pages in Next.js. Okay, 2 minutes more. Okay, let's create the hero. Okay, really quickly. So again, we will create a molecule. We will not reuse it, but I mean, it's much more better to create different components to keep our code well organized, you know. Okay. Export const hero. Okay. So again, we will have probably a flex with a width of 100%. I need to return it. Okay. And we know already that we have some text inside. I import React. Let me import flex. Let's import from React. Okay. Okay, then let's create another flex for the for our text. Then we have, let's use another component in this case, which is called heading. Okay, because okay, this is a text. Probably it's an H1 tag, HTML tag that we want to use. So heading, increase your productivity and so on. Okay. Okay, it's probably a tag one. Let me include this hero in the page so we can see it immediately. Okay, so this is the top bar. Okay, I create another flex. I put the hero inside. Okay, it's a self-closing component, so we don't have anything inside at the moment. Okay, we have our text h2 in this case. Okay. Um, okay, probably in this case we can use the container component. Remember, where it doesn't take the full width of the screen, but just a portion. So let's try with the container component. Okay. Okay, very cool. Let's add some padding on top, 32 pixels. Okay, let's see, padding Y. It's a special property of Chakra. PY means padding. Y is means that the padding is added on top and at the bottom. You can see padding top 32 pixels and padding bottom 32. So let me increase it to 64. Okay, here we are. Then we have the subtitle. Let me add it. It's another heading. Okay, not bad suggestion. Which says Fullstack React App. Okay. Probably it's better to use text in this case. Okay, not that's 2. Okay, we use margin top of 16 pixels. We include text, of course, not able to. Okay. Now let's change a bit the look and feel. So font size is 30. Yes. Okay. And height is 64. So a lot. In the color, this time instead of using the hexadecimal decimal value of the color, let's use something from Chakra UI. Guys, should be just gray dot 300. Yes, we are too light, so let's increase it. Gray 600. Okay, I will show you later what does it mean, but we already have, thanks to Chakra UI, a lot of palette of color, different shades of colors in our team that you can immediately use in our application. Let's make it a little smaller. Okay, we can remove this, in my opinion. Perfect, perfect. Okay, so our Pomodoro is done. Let's have a break of 10 minutes and then we will be back here. Okay? Remember, it's really important when you work your daily on your daily basis to take breaks because programming is a real brain intensive activity and you really need to take a break. Okay, see you in 10 minutes. See you later. Okay, here we are. The break is finished. Let's create a new one. 55 minutes more. Welcome back, guys. So, thanks for your feedback. I'm happy that, it's clear and fluid. If you have any doubts, any questions, don't hesitate. Feel free to ask in the chat. I will reply as soon as I see your question. So, really no worries. Okay, so let's return back to our application. Where is it? Here it is. VS Code. Okay, so what we are missing is the background, of course, so we can just copy it from here. Okay, so this is the flex background equals. Yes, here we are. Let's increase a bit. Darker. Okay. 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 We still have padding. Let's see who is adding it. Is the home container. Okay, I know what is it. Yeah, it's important to give water to the flowers, Felana. Well done, well done. It's very important to take a break. Okay. Um, okay, this is something added by and created by Next.js. So as you can see here, there is this div class name styles container that comes from this styles home module CSS. Okay, let's see home module CSS. Okay, and this is the container. The container probably has this padding, so let's remove it. All right, much better. Um, okay, now the top bar has lost the padding, so we have, so this is padding. With this syntax, we have 6 pixels on the top, 0 on the right, 6 at the bottom, and 0 on the left. Yes, 6 top and down is the same as py 6 pixels. Okay, but in our case, we want to add 8 pixels padding. Okay, let's say 16. Okay, and let's use 8. Okay, great. Now, one thing that I don't like about this component, as you see it here on the left, is that you don't know that this flags and all these components inside are the top bar, right? So let's create a component. Organisms, new folder, top bar, new file, topbar.tsx, expert, const, top bar. Okay, I copy all of these here, flex, and I move it to top bar. Okay, of course I need to import all. Let's see, add all missing imports. React. Let's try again. Add all missing imports. Okay, so we have flags, menu item. No, this is not the menu item we want. It's our own. Yes. Text, of course, I don't know why it's not able to import. We move React above. We have everything. Great. So now I can import top bar here. Here we are, back again with the same page, but much more clear, right? So top bar. Okay, one question from Thomas. You can put link element in menu item component or better to let in top bar. This is a good question. It's something I didn't think about, but definitely okay. This is something we can move. Absolutely, good idea. So menu item. Let me split this. Okay. So okay, this is a good example. So we can extend our menu item to have multiple props. So now we have the children, which is the text, but also the path, correct? Which is different from link to link. So let's do this. Oops. Maybe instead of children, we can call it text. Let's use the refactoring. Children, I call it text. Okay, which is a string. Okay, and then we have this. Okay, we import a link from import React and import link from next link. And then here we have the href. Okay, the type of href, it's again a string. So now we can refactor a bit our menu item. Now it's a self-closing text, block, href is block. Okay, much better. What do you think? Okay, and I can add the product, and pricing. Yes. We can even leverage the Chakra UI colors, so gray 300, maybe 500. Cool. So this is still working. Yes. Okay. So when we look at our top bar component, we know that we have text, menu item, and the button on the right. Okay. I close this. We have the new menu item. Let's create a commit. So let's see the changes. So here we have the hero, the menu item, the top bar components. Okay, it fills the index. There are some imports not used. Delete all unused imports. Great, thanks. And this on module. Okay, so we can say menu item was present. No, it's new. Okay, let's include everything. Get commit, feature, web app. Let's use the refactor. Refactored the UI components, moved into the components. Refactoring components, mechanisms, molecules. Okay, git push. Okay. What we are missing, okay, let's create this. Okay, so at this time I want to start creating the separate component just to be sure that we don't need to move stuff around. So new folder, we can say body. It's too generic. Landing body. Okay, new folder. Sorry, new file. Okay, so again, expert const. Okay, this is a component. Okay, what we have here? We have, okay, the white background, which we don't need to use it. And then probably we can leverage the container. Okay, we can leverage again the container because probably these will be moved here, these moved here. Okay, so that it's aligned with what we have on top. Okay. And okay, so let's use the container. Okay, we need to have inside an image. For the moment, use a placeholder and some text on the right. So let's try to use a different component this time from Chakra. Let's try with the simple grid. Okay, simple grid. We just have two elements, but probably it's useful for us. Okay, so simple grid. Okay. Okay. And the landing body, I add it to the index. Okay, so we have our hero, and then we have our landing body. Okay, here we are. Close this. Okay, we don't need the background. Okay, so simple grid. Oops, we have two. Oops, let me. Okay, we have two columns. Okay, spacing of 10. Okay, let me tell you the spacing with an absolute number for Chakra UI. Basically, Chakra UI has a base grid, virtual grid, let's say, of 4 pixels. So the unit here is 4 pixels. So 10 is like saying 40 pixels. Let me show you. Tick. Exactly, grid gap. If I go back to, let's say 1, it should be 4. It's a variable. It doesn't want to tell me the value inside, but I can go to compute it, gap 4 pixels. So 10 is equal to 40. Okay. Then of course, we create a placeholder for the image. So let's use the box. Okay, we say background color. Oops, color is gray 600. Let's see the size just randomly. Okay. Okay, width equal tag. Perfect. You can say 300, and then we add a border radius of 16 pixels. Okay, I remove the background tomato. Okay, and I also want some padding of 24 pixels. Okay. Okay, and then let's add some text. I think we don't need specific height. Okay. Skip background color just to see it. Tomato. Here we are. And text again. So okay. Next.js, Chakra UI, database. Oops. Okay, let's use box or better. This is one element. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Flex direction needs to be column in this case. Perfect. Okay, let's create other text. Oops, text elements. There should be a list in Chakra UI. Let's see if there's one. List. Like this. Like this. Okay. So let's say unordered list. Okay, so we have Next.js, Chakra UI, and PostgreSQL. It's a really difficult name. Okay, let me add all the missing components. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Now let's add some margin bottom, not 8 pixels. You know, I'm a front-ender, so I'm a little bit. Um, I mean, I want to be careful with the details. You know, I'm not able to see something not in space, not aligned correctly, just hurts me. Okay, so we want to vertically center all of this. So this is our flex with background tomato. So let's leverage the flex properties because this is a flex. Let's see live if we can make it working. So it should be aligned like this. So justify content center. Thanks, Google. Justify content center. And let's remove the background. Okay, here we are. Just to improve a little bit the spacing here. So landing body, container, padding Y. I have it already on them on this. So 64 and 24. Okay, perfect. Let's create a footer, and then we are done with the landing page. So the footer. I could move the landing body to the organism. So let's use this feature. Tag, move. Yes, update imports. So as you can see, now landing page is coming from organisms. I just saved the file and it's working back again. Okay. New folder, footer, let's say landing footer. Oops. That's the folder. Okay, this is really simple. It's a good idea to use, but we don't use class names. We don't like them. But I like the footer tag. Okay. Okay, so also in this case, we can use the container. Okay, and again, the simple grid with columns. I will explain you this later. Columns 2, spacing, whatever, 8. Okay, simple grid. Then on the left, we add super app 2021. And another with follow us on. Let me say flags direction column. Oops, I did a mess. Okay, let me import landing footer so we can see it in the page in Next.js X. Okay. Let me add background color. Let's use this box as footer. Okay, so basically we can use the components of a Chakra UI, but we can tell Chakra which HTML tag to render. So this is still a box component, so we can leverage the colors and margin and so on, but the rendered HTML tag will be the footer. Here we are, footer. If you say SP, now we have the P tag. Yeah. Let's use footer. And okay, let's take the color. We can also leverage the color palette of Chakra, so blue 500. Here we are. Let's make it lighter. 300. Okay, let's add some padding. Padding Y of 40 pixels. Okay. We had the two grids, one here and one here. Okay. Then I add the text tag. Okay. And then you see that we have, so this box, this, with flex direction column to show the follow us on one row, and then Twitter, Instagram, Facebook on another row. But these are on the same row. So Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. Okay. So now in order to make Twitter, Instagram, Facebook on the same line, on the same row, we'll create another flex component that wraps them with flex direction row. Flex. Okay. Okay, it's already flex direction row. It's not perfect, so let's change it to have some spacing. Instead of flex, we use H stack, horizontal stack. so that we can set the spacing between the elements. So spacing, let's say, um, 4. Here we are. And then we can say margin bottom 16 pixels. Okay. Of course, this needs to be changed to links to the Twitter profiles and so on. I will not do it right now, but you know, okay. Okay, now you can see that there is more vertical space. So probably what we want to do is to move the footer below to the bottom of the page. So the first idea is that we could um, make this body grow. Let's try landing body. This is container. Let's try in the inspector first. Okay, so we have this. Okay, this is a display block. Okay, let's see if we say display flex. Say flex grow 1. Okay, hold on 1 second. I have probably Amazon on my door. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Thanks. I was muted. So I'm back. Um, okay, let's see. This home container, here it is. It has display block also. So let's try display flex. Okay, flex direction column. Here we are. Then, okay, display flex. Flex grow is not working. This is not working as well. Okay, this is like this. Okay, let's try to add here flex grow 0. This one flex grow 0. The footer display flex grow 0. Still not working here. Because another solution could be to use an absolute position for the footer. Let's try position absolute. Okay, bottom 0 and with um, viewport width. Okay, but it's not going to the bottom because the container, this one. Okay. Okay, minimum height. Okay, so this is something for the body. Okay, see if I remove this. this going to work? No, it doesn't work. Okay. So let's go to the landing body container. We say position absolute and bottom 0. Okay. Sorry, no, this is the body. I need to go to the footer. Okay. We say width 100 viewport width. Okay. It's working already. Okay, cool. What is not working is that you see it's going above the other element. Um, okay, okay. I don't know why it moved here, but okay. Oops. Okay, we could spend some time on this, of course. Okay, so something we could do is that according to the height, we can change or refine a bit the layout. I mean, we have a lot of things to do to see it today, so I just want to speed up a bit. Okay, so let's say that we are ready. Just one more thing I want to show you is that on my big screen, this part is going to be really far away. It's probably not what we want. We want to have super app probably here and the rest a little bit on the left. Okay, so we can leverage the responsive layout so that according to the size of the window, we change a bit the CSS. So let me open the top bar. Okay. Okay, so here we have the flex. Okay. The width is 100%. So let's change it a bit. Okay. And we pass instead an array of values where we can say, okay, these are the breakpoints. So this is an array with a small size screens. Then we have medium size screens. Probably this is extra small, medium, large, and so on. Okay, let's look for breakpoints on Chakra UI. Here we are. Small, medium, large, and extra large, and two extra large. Okay, so let's leverage this. Okay. And for every property of Chakra UI, so even flex direction, align content, we can do this trick, not only for the width, it's okay for every prop of a Chakra UI component. So if the screen size is small, okay, we can still use 100%. If it is medium, probably still 100%. Okay, but if it is large, we want to use another width. Let's use that one of the container. A bit. 60 characters. So let's use 60 ch. Okay. So when the screen is small, okay, we have a full width, And when we move this bigger, okay, let me close this, becomes 60 ch. Okay. Okay, let me just add a new flex element. So we will keep then the, the parent one with 100%. Okay. 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 That was not formatting the code. Okay, let's see here what we can do to make it centered. Flex direction row is this one. Line item center or justify content center. Okay, this is justify. Okay. Let's say that it starts to change to 60 characters too soon. So I still want to use 100%. Oops. Okay. 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 Seems a good compromise. So, okay, you see, even in a big screen, we still have this resized and not taking the wall space. Probably could do the same here on the footer. Okay. So land in footer, and let's say this is like this. Okay. This one needs to be always like this. So let's say the container. Okay. At this point, we can just change it to a normal flags. You're not using, okay. And then we say display flags, justify content center. Okay. Okay, almost there, almost there. Okay. Perfect. Good. So let's create a new commit. Okay, landing body, landing footer, top bar updated. Okay, and index.tx. Get commit, feature, web app, added footer. Get push. Okay, so let's say we are done with our landing page. So anything, let's say, particular leveraging the Next.js functionalities. We've seen that we can make responsive layouts using this syntax, landing footer, okay, with the different breakpoints of our page, of our viewport. Okay, we can leverage Chakra UI components to be really efficient in making layouts and components, user interfaces, the front end. We leverage the atomic design principles. We have this components folder with atoms, molecules, organisms inside. Okay, so it seems well organized, right? Okay, now let's move to the other topic. So this is done, this is done. Okay, so now we want to allow customers, people, users to sign in, right? So this is the public page, but we also want to make the user access to something after an authentication. And we want to provide user-specific content after the authentication, okay? So in order to do that, we will leverage NextAuth, okay? That needs a database. Okay, in order to interact with the database, we will use Prisma ORM. Okay, and that's it. So we will have some configuration to do. Let's start with the database first because we will need it later. So with Prisma.js, which is an ORM, which is an okay, basically it's a library that allows you to interact with your database, creating interfaces and classes that you can use so that you can avoid to manage connections, queries, and SQL statements in your code, in your backend code, but you can use the Prisma JS library to interact with your database. So it's really, really developer friendly. So like this, await Prisma user, usually it's one of the tables that you need to create on your database. And then you have utility functions to query your database and get results. Okay, so this is one side. Then we have NextAuth, which is a great library to manage authentication in our application. Let's go to the documentation. The nice thing is that it supports, okay, Prisma and many other ORM libraries, but also it supports many providers to allow your users to log in to your application, even just email. So email and password. You can use Facebook login. You can use GitHub login. You can implement Twitter login and so on, which is great, which is really, really great. And also it supports many databases. Um, let's see if I'm able to find the list. Databases. Check out the overview. Okay, there are different adapters. Maybe on the home page. No. Okay. Anyway, I can tell you that it supports SQL databases like PostgreSQL, of course, MariaDB, uh, MySQL, and experimentally also MongoDB, that it's a NoSQL database. So it has a really different concept. It's based on documents and not on tables and rows. So it's really difficult. And that's it. Okay, so let's get started by creating a database. I'll use Heroku because it provides for free a database, a Postgres database. Okay. Let me create a new app in Europe. Full stack React app is not available. Is not available. This is available. Okay. Create app. All right. Resources. I would like to add a database. I'll create a full stack React app pipeline. Okay. Now I should be able, as an add-on, to create a database. Okay, so this is the free hobby dev plan. Of course, there are some limitations, but okay. In order to create our simple application is more than enough. Okay, here we are. So we have 10,000 rows capability and 20 connections simultaneously. It's more than enough for us. Okay, settings. And now we have the credentials. Okay, I think that's, I will delete this so I can do it. Okay, here we have the host, the database name, the user, the password, and this is the full URL with all the details. Okay, we will need this later when we configure Prisma.js to interact with our database. So let's go to Prisma.js. Again, try locally. Okay, you need to run this command. No, this is a starter project. We don't need it. We want to add it to an existing project. Okay, we have Postgres database. Set up Prisma. Okay, let's install it. Okay, after that we invoke npx Prisma. It is going to guide us as in the configuration of Prisma. And then we will init it. Okay, after that, we'll have to configure NextAuth with Prisma. Okay, there's a specific guide, and we will follow these simple steps. Okay, in the meantime, no, I think that Prisma is going to create everything for us, so I don't need to move forward by myself. Okay, this is what we'll need to do then for Prisma. So install some packages. So the NextAuth and Prisma adapter. We will use the Twitter provider, not the Google provider. And we will configure it by passing the client ID and client secret. I'm going to use a Twitter application I already have, Twitter developer. But in case you want to do your own, you need to access to the developer Twitter platform, to the developer portal, and then create apps and like standalone apps. It's more than enough to create your single sign-on. As you can see, I'm using this tag for Ivoe, which is my small product to manage direct messages on Twitter, which is using exactly this technological stack, Next.js, NextAuth, Prisma, and so on. But this standalone apps doesn't have access to the V2 of the Twitter API. So in case you need access to the V2 Twitter API, you need to create a project and an app. Okay. So here you can set up your welcome message whenever a new follower starts following you, and then you can start engaging with people on Twitter. Okay, let's see if. Okay, so Prisma is installed. So let's go back to Prisma. Okay, npx Prisma. Okay, there are some comments. We need to use npx Prisma init. Okay, so everything is done. Prisma created a folder and a file inside. So the Prisma folder, here it is, with the schema.prisma. This is where all our models for our database will exist. Okay. You already have a git ignore, so don't forget to include the .env to do not commit. So this is really important. So this .env file, okay, it's where our environment variables, secret, username and password to connect to our database will exist. So it's very important that you put this .env file in your git ignore. Okay, fortunately it's already present, so that you don't push. Let me add also this one. You don't push this file to your Git repository, otherwise your secrets will be available to everyone with access to your Git repository, okay? In my case, the repository is public, so I don't want everyone to have access to my database, of course. Okay, so next steps, set the database URL in the .env. So I take this URL from Heroku. Heroku, here it is. Okay, and what else? Set the provider of the data source block in prisma.schema. So the provider is already there. PostgreSQL is correct. Database URL, the environment variable name, perfect. Run PrismaDB pool to turn your database schema into, okay. So it's possible to create tables remotely on the database, and then with PrismaDB pool, Prisma is going to create the model, the JavaScript model that represents the schema on the database locally here for us. In our case, the database is empty, doesn't have any schema, and so we don't need it. And then we have Prisma generate to generate the types of the a Prisma client that we're going to use. Okay, so we have the database, we have Prisma set up. Now we need to see the steps of NextAuth. So let's do this. Okay, we don't need to install Prisma, we already have it. Okay, so this is very important. Create the Prisma schema. What does it mean? This means that like Heroku. Great, this is new. I want to use it. Share the database URL. But this is okay. The URL of another database. Okay. Mm, okay. Model. What does it mean? The model is basically a table, a representation of a table on the database with different columns. So in this case, in order to work, NextAuth needs all of these tables: account, session, user, verification token, and all these columns inside. So in the table, account, ID, user ID, type provider, and so on. It's something we need to create in our database, but we don't need to manage. NextAuth, we've managed the content for us. And then, of course, there are some relations. For instance, there is a relation between account and the user table on the field user ID. So the user ID of the account points to the ID, a column of the user, and so on. And there is a relation. So on delete on account of a row, there is a cascade. So it is removed also the other record on the other table. Okay, so in order to do all of this, we just copy and paste this in our Prisma schema file. Okay. Then if you have root access, admin access to your database URL, you can use migrate, or in case you are using Heroku, like in my case, you need to provide another database URL as a shadow database in order to use the migrate command. In our case, we will go straight forward and push the new schema on the database. Let me open a tool called pgadmin just to show you what's going to happen on the database. Okay, our Pomodoro it's ended, but just want to show you something before um, the next break, and then we will continue until the 1 p.m. Okay, so here I have some servers. Let me add my server. So create server, Fullstack app db. Okay, we'll take from Postgres the credentials. Okay, we have the host, database, user, password, save password, and that's it. Okay. Okay, I can see many databases. My is starting with DE. So I need to scroll a bit. I don't have access to all of these databases, but this is how Heroku is managing databases. So DE, C, okay, is DEKI. Here it is. It's the yellow one. We have schemas and tables. Okay, at the moment tables is absolutely empty. So let's go back to VS Code. We do npx prisma db push. Okay, now it's in sync. If I do refresh, let's refresh this and this. Refresh schemas, tables. Okay, I have the tables that are described here in the Prisma schema on the remote database. Of course, if I do query, everything is absolutely empty. Okay. Now one more step. Okay, we did this. We need to perform these steps here. So configure our application. So in pages API, we need to create this file with this specific name. Oops. Okay. And we put this content. Okay, we can rename it to TS because we're using TypeScript. Okay, we don't need the Google provider, but the Twitter provider. Okay. Okay. Okay, now in our environment file, we need to add a client ID, a client secret. So if we go to NextAuth and under providers, Twitter, okay, we need to provide this. Twitter client ID. I mean, the name could be whatever, but just to give us an idea that this is the Twitter application client ID and the Twitter application client secret is something you will get from the Twitter developers application. If you go under the keys, you will see them. So I'm going to add them to the M file. Okay, and also the client secret. Okay, let me take the values. I will not show you this. Let me just pause it for a second. The streaming. Oh, by the way, I will show you. I can regenerate them afterwards. Okay. 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 So now these values are set. This is a special syntax to retrieve the environment variables in process.env. The name of the environment variable that you created on .env. Okay, now what we need to do, let's follow the get started. Okay, here we are. Okay, let's see. We want to make our user to sign in, right? So we have this special sign in function. So we go to the top bar. Okay, we use sign in. And when the user clicks on, okay, on the get started button, we want to call the sign in function of NextAuth React. Okay, this is the standard click handler of React. So let's see what happens in super app. Let's open the console also. Get started. Okay. Action out with HTTP GET is not supported by NextAuth. Let's see what does it mean. Hmm. It turns out that I had the blah 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 file at the root of the API folder and not in the API out. So NextAuth, where are you? Get started. Ah, right, under pages, API out. Okay, so I need to move it to new folder, auth, and move this file there. Move it. Okay. What application? Let's go back. Let's get started. Voila. We have the signing button. I don't know why we have this card. Okay. Sign in with Twitter. So this is my user. I'm currently logged in. Okay. Okay. I should be logged in now. Okay, but we're not doing anything at the moment to understand if the user is logged in or not. So we always show this page. Okay, so let's create another page. For instance, new file under pages, logged user. Okay, pages. Okay, what we need to do is something like this. So if we create under pages a file, Next.js automatically creates the page for us. Okay. Let me close some windows. Okay. Okay, these two. Okay, so if I go to logged, which is the name of the file that I created before, we have the page logged. But at the moment, we are not checking if the current user is logged or not. We're just showing logged regardless of the authentication. So we need to leverage a mechanism of Next.js, which is get server side props. Okay, so this is something we can define in our page, and this is something that is going to be executed on the server side, not on the client side. So whenever a user lands on the logged page, we want to check if the user is the current user logged or not. So it is authenticated or not. Okay, in order to do that, we need to check the session object of NextAuth. Okay. There's a function called getSession that you can use on the client side and on the server side. Exactly. We need to use a wait because it's an asynchronous function. It returns a promise. Okay, and then we have a session. You can log it, session. And we return the session in this get server side props. So whatever we return here, like section or hello, this object will be returned and passed to our page component. So logged page. So here we will receive session and hello. So also in the component, we could log the session and hello. We can put it here. So, okay. So now I just have hello because I had it here. Session. At the moment, session is null, even if it should be authenticated somehow. Let's see an application cookies if there's something. Should be. Okay, let's fix it. Require session. Okay, get session. Okay, so we need to pass the request to the get session. Otherwise, it's not able to retrieve what we need. Okay. So request should be in context. Let's see what's inside the context. Sorry, the logs are here. So session is null, but in context we have many things. Okay, socket and so on. We have res. Okay, so in my opinion, the documentation is not up to date because in this context we have request. Okay, so we need to use this syntax: request and response. Okay, and okay, we need to pass the request. Okay. Okay, so now we have the session, we have the user. This is my email, this is my image, this is my name. Perfect. So now we know that I'm logged. And now we can say if session is null, it's not defined, we will redirect the user to the landing page. So Next.js redirect. Okay, there is the use router. Let's see, redirect. I need an explicit redirect, not a configured one. Res redirect. Status path. Here we are. With 200. Okay. So we redirect to the landing page. So if I'm here, I clean the cookies. So I don't have the session anymore. Okay. Res redirect is not a function. I should do something different probably. No. Return redirect. Perfect. With session get server side props. Perfect. Makes sense. Destination root permanent false. So I go to logged. Okay. I'm immediately redirected to the landing page. So now we can get started again, sign in with Twitter. Okay, oops, no, I'm not in because I need a callback in the NextAuth here. So after the login, we need to redirect the user to the logged page, but I can access it manually. Yes, it works. And I have my session here, and I can understand who's my user. Okay, so let's add the redirect after the login in 10 minutes from now. So let's have another pause. Okay, see you later. Hello, welcome back. Okay, almost ready for the next Pomodoro of almost 10 minutes. So we will just add the redirect after the login, and then we will have the lunch pause of 1 hour. I think we can get started. Okay, still. Session finished. 10 minutes. Let's go. So what we missing now? It's a redirect. What happened here? It's no more at the bottom. I don't know why. Okay, so client of adapters, configuration, initialization. Okay, callbacks. Options. Okay, it is not for us. Callbacks. Redirect. You can see a handler for any of the callbacks below. Should be redirect base URL. So okay, callbacks. I think redirect. Okay, let's log this. URL and base URL. Get started. Sign in. Okay, so it's invoked multiple times. Okay. That's not probably what we need. Session sign in, let's say. So we have user account, profile, email, credentials. Okay. Sign in callback. Okay, so we can also return a URL. Okay. So eventually we can return locked. Let's see if it works. Yeah, we have the redirect to the logged page. Now in the logged page, we want to render something like this is just an explanation. We can remove hello, but we have the session object, so we can say something cool like hi session.user.name. So we can say welcome back. Yeah. And of course, we need a logout button. So import the button from Chakra UI. Okay, we say logout and don't click. We invoke the sign out yes function of NextAuth React. Okay. Then of course you know that I need to fix this layout. Okay, flex direction column. Okay. And okay, set a container. Padding Y 64. And we can use also center from Chakra. Okay. Is always text. So we can add margin bottom 24 pixels. Okay. Now, if we click on logout, okay, we land to the landing page. Okay. Very, very cool. Okay, let's try to fix this and then we can have our pose. Position absolute. Okay. Okay, right. Okay, so this is the body class. So we have the global, CSS, body, and we say minimum height is 100, viewport height. Okay, so if I refresh, it should still work. Why not? Height, minimum height, from where it's coming. Yeah, it's important. It's not very nice, but at least it works. Okay, cool. We've lost the redirect. Okay, let's try again. Let's see if this is executed. Sign in. Yes, sign in, but no redirect. Let's see in the network what we can see. Logged. Okay. Localhost logged. And then probably we are redirected. Let's see. Okay. Let's see why. Probably the session is null. Correct. Let's try to clean everything and redo the login. Okay. Oops. Still null. Let's see. I got it. I got it. Probably this modification here on the sign-in modifies a bit the behavior. Okay. Now we have. So let me open a new project to check how to redirect. And then we're done. Got it. I did it differently, so this is fine, but on the index TSX, we do the same. So we add the get server-side props import session, yes. So if the session is present, I redirect the user to the logged page. Okay. So if I'm here and I go to the index, I'm redirected to the logged page. And this is done in the index TSS. Instead, if I log out, I can only stay on the landing page. If I go to logged, I'm redirected to the landing page. Okay. So let's see the changes. In the top bar, I added the signing. Okay, I added the NextAuth, the Prisma schema. Okay, so let's add these two. Git commit message feature web app added authentication Twitter authentication. Okay, then top bar, we can say added sign in button to the top bar. Okay. Can remove the logs. Always remove the logs before pushing. Oops, save. The logged. I've seen one thing. Okay, so I misspelled one word in the commit message, so I can do git. Let me remove this from staging. Git commit minus amend. Okay, don't do it if you're working with a common repository like with other people. And in this case, I can do it. Okay. Added load page. Okay. And here, added check on logged user and redirect to the logged page. Okay, and then I add all the rest. Yes, sure. Added styles and other minor changes. Okay, git push. Okay, so here we are. We have seen how to authenticate users using Twitter single sign-on, how to check if the user is signed, is logged in, and then redirect him to the logged page. Start working back again. Okay. Okay, let me remove this. Okay. And that's it. So, okay, something wrong. Probably, yeah, the number of connections to the database. I just need to restart Next.js. So this afternoon, yeah, Toma, great question. So the commit messages I'm using with fit app and so is called semantic commit messages, conventional commits. Okay, this is a kind of convention you can follow eventually. Yeah, like this. For your commit messages, we are using at work with my team, and it's really appreciated. So basically, let's see if there is the list of, not here, semantic commit messages. Yes, the list. So basically, we can use these prefixes like fit for new feature, fix for a bad fix, docs for changes to the documentation, style for formatting, refactor for refactoring, test, show, and so on. Of course, you're not limited to these prefixes. You can invent your own, but this is just a convention. And then in the brackets, you can put the context of your modification. For instance, feature language, add Polish language, for instance. This is not mandatory, but it's useful somehow. And then, of course, you have the commit message that you can use. So this is a kind of convention, really, really nice and useful. I can send you the links. Okay. And I also use, if I have time, I will add it to the project, maybe this afternoon. This CLI command line tool, Committizen, is really nice because it provides you with selections like this. So in the command line with the rows, you select what you want to, how do you want to compose the commit message, and it's very nice. This afternoon, probably we can look at it. Okay, so that's all. Thank you, Mahesh. Thanks, Thomas. Thanks for attending this session. So we will have a 1 hour break for lunch. Of course, if you have a different time zone, probably it's for dinner or could be a different moment in your day. What we will see this afternoon is how to create backend endpoints. We will try to create a form, to fill the form, to create content to the database, but only for the authenticated user. And so then how to retrieve data from the database, update it, and so on. So stay tuned. Thanks a lot, and see you later. Thank you. Okay, guys, I'm back again. I had talked a bit alone, I think. Yes, thank you, Nicola. So I ended the poll just to understand if it was easy or not to follow the first session we had this morning, and 50-50% between almost, but sometimes it was lost, and yes, I was able to follow. So okay, let's go ahead. What I was saying is that uh, don't be worried, no worries, because the recording of this live stream session will be available on YouTube, on my channel. Okay, you can find me. Oops. And um, yes, 1 second. Okay, I give you my channel. Okay, so this is my channel. Okay, follow me for further updates or other events like this one. And okay, so let's get started. Let's proceed with the um, next session. So now we have our application, okay, with the login setup. So this is our landing page. Get started, sign in with Twitter. Okay, have the redirect to the logged page where we will extend this section. But what I want to show you is, okay, how to create an API using Next.js. So what is particularly useful here and cool about Next.js is that, as we've seen before, we can create front-end pages like the logged page, but also APIs. So for authentication with NextAuth, we added something, but this is automatically handled by the NextAuth client library. Let's create a RESTful API. Okay, we will use, of course, our database, and so Prisma, ORM, and we will create our RESTful API. What is a RESTful API? Probably know about them already, but it's a set of backend services with a some specific rules. Like we will leverage the HTTP methods like HTTP GET, HTTP POST, HTTP PUT, and HTTP DELETE. Okay, to create some services. So I'm not particularly creative, so we will create the usual to-do app. So we will create an endpoint called to-dos. Okay. And when called with the HTTP method get, this will get all the to-dos of the current user. We will create another endpoint, post API to-do, to create a new to-do. Okay. We will create the put to update an existing to-do. And finally, delete to-do ID to delete an existing to-do. Okay. Now let's define our to-do object first. So that to do, okay, so let me go directly to the schema.prisma. Okay, so I recall you that in schema.prisma file, we have all the models of our tables on the database, and also then the relations. Prisma works both ways, so it's possible to create this model representation from an existing database, but we can also update the model here and push the modifications to the database. So this is the database that we currently have. We only have these 4 tables. I can show you also the content now. These are the supporting tables for NextAuth. And now there is my user. So this is the user ID, my user ID inside the application. And the provider uses Twitter. The provider account ID, this is the Twitter user ID, my Twitter user ID, and then tokens and so on. Then we have the sessions. Okay, there are a couple of sessions for my user. Then we have the user table. Okay, with my name on Twitter, my email, my profile image, and verification tokens. Okay. Okay, nothing here at the moment. Oops, I closed it. Okay, now what we want to do is to create the tables for that to store our to-dos. Okay, so now GitHub Copilot helps me a bit in creating this. Let's use it, but not everything. Okay, this is very cool. So this will be the ID of the row, the unique ID. Okay. Then we have the user ID. This user ID will be the same ID of the user table. Okay. Then we have the title of to do, so the description, completed. I like to use this syntax for Boolean, so is completed or is something or has something. Then common columns on databases, relational databases are created at, so when the record was created, but also updated at, so last time in which this record was touched. Okay, and finally we need a relation like this. So we have a relation with the user table. The relation fields are user ID from that to do is linked to the ID column of the user table. Now, it's a little bit complaining because we are missing the connection here between user and to-dos. So to-dos, to-do. Okay, stops complaining. Okay, now, as you can see, the formatting is not perfect, so let's execute npx prisma format. Okay, well formatted. Very good. Now, what we need to do is to npx prisma db push. This command will push our model schema to the database. In this case, we just added a new column, a new table, sorry, with some columns inside defined and adjust the relation. So it's something that can be done without touching the current content of the database. So Let's do it. Okay, so if I go here, okay, remember it's DE something. Here we are, tables to do. So now we have a new table created by Prisma, sorry, with all the columns. So ID, user ID, title is completed, created at, updated at. Very, very cool. Okay, now let's create these endpoints. We got pages, API, and we create a new file to do this tsx. Oops, .ts. We don't need JSX, is not a UI component, so todos.ts it's perfectly fine. Now let's go to Next.js. Let's close something. Okay, and let's add an endpoint. Okay, API routes. Any file inside the folder pages API is mapped to API slash. It will be treated as an API endpoint instead of a page. They are server-side only bundles that would increase your client size, bundle size. For example, the following API route, pages API user, returns a JSON response with a status code of 200. Okay. Then we can access the request and we can handle the response. We can use request.method to get the HTTP method of the request. So this is exactly what we need. Okay. All right, this is to-dos. So we will use the get method. So get to-dos, all the to-dos, returns all the to-dos of the current user. Okay, so if request method is get, we process the get. Returns all the to-dos of the current user. If the request method it's not get, for this endpoint, this means that it's an unsupported method. So response status code 405 method not allowed. So thanks GitHub Copilot. If we want to understand HTTP status codes 405 method not allowed. So this is a standard HTTP method status code 405 and the message is method not allowed. There are many others. Let's see, like this. The 200 series, okay, created. This is positive. The 300 for caching, the 400 for the bad requests and different errors, and then 500 with bad things happening. Okay. And we return. Instead, if the request method is get, we need to do this. So it returns all the to-dos of the current user. In order to do that, we leverage the Prisma. Okay, so let's see Prisma JS website. Docs, CRUD, operations. CRUD, it's an acronym that means create, read, update, and delete data. So the usual operations you need to do on a database. All right, so we need to use the read. So await Prisma, the name of the table, find the unique. In our case, it's not find unique, which returns just one record. We need to return many records. So there is the find the many um, function method. So Prisma dot to-dos dot find many where user ID is my current user ID. Okay. How do we retrieve the user ID? NextAuth. Okay. We have the API to get a session. Can be used on the server side as well. Okay. Like this. So await, get session. We need to send request. Okay, let's make the handler asynchronous. Oops. Let's do like this. Export default const equals blah blah async. Export default handler. Okay. Let's generate again the Prisma client. Yes, I need to do like this. So import Prisma, create an instance of the Prisma client. Okay. Okay, now as we are using Typescript, we add the types of the request and of the response. These are types that are coming from the next package. So, okay, Prisma.todo, find many. Here we have the session. Okay, what do we have in session? We have a type also for session from Prisma, oops, from NextAuth. Okay. Default session. We should have user, name, email, image, expires. So what you can notice here is that we don't have the user ID. Good point, which is exactly what we need. So we should do session dot user dot, we need the user ID here, but currently is not available. Okay. Another check, if the session is not there, we return rest dot unauthorized. Very good. Thanks, Copilot. Perfect. So session can be also now the value. Okay. Now we don't have the user ID in the user object of the session. This is because this is by default not returned, which is a bit, in my opinion, they could have returned it by default, but it's like this. So let me take it. Okay. We can leverage the callbacks of NextAuth. Sorry, let me start Pomodoro. 23, so 30 minutes. Go. The callbacks of NextAuth in order to modify the session object to include also the user ID. So session, it has the session and returns the user. Let's use any. You know that we should never use the any type in TypeScript, but let's see. Okay, we say session.userid equals user.id. Okay, and we return a promise that resolves the session with the user ID inside. Okay. Okay, looks like we have a user type from NextAuth. Let's see what's inside. Nothing. Default user. Okay, we have ID. Perfect, perfect. Very cool. What's wrong here? It's not assignable to a waitable session. A waitable session or undefined. We can also have a description. This call is called whenever a session is checked. Okay. If you want to make something available, you add it to the second for reachability callback. You have to switch for with it in order to make it available. Oh, okay. Okay, okay. Hmm. Okay, so it's a bit different. Hmm. Session, session, user, user. Oops. Okay, so this callback function receives an object made of session, user, and token. So we need to extract using the deconstructing feature of JavaScript. We extract session and user. This is the type definition. Okay. Inline type definition is not very nice. So let's create a type here, which is session argument, which is this one. Okay, and this is the type of the object. To be honest, there is also the token. So let's add it. JWT token was the type. Token JWT. Okay, let's import it from. Okay, let's format with prettier. Okay. Okay, so now we have the user ID in the session. Okay, so we need to override a bit this session type, or we can say type user session. Better here. Type user session equals user ID string and session. So we extended the session with this type. Okay, and we export the user session type export. So this is where the user session with the user ID is created. Therefore, I'll create the type here, so really close to where it is generated, and I export it, so I can use it in other modules of the application. So the type of session is user session. Okay. Um, we need to use a cast. Use exactly. So user session is of type user session. It is the session returned that get session, but casted. So we change the type to user session. Now user session dot user. Okay, it's in the root. So thanks Typescript. User session dot user ID. Okay, to this return response dot to this. So this will be an array of to-dos. Okay, perfect. So let's try to execute it. API to-dos. Let's see what happens. Can read property find menu of undefined. So it looks like to-do is not there for us to be used. This is very strange because we have this to-do. Exactly. Let me restart it. Perfect. So we get an empty array, which is correct because we don't have any to-do on the database. So let's create a new to-do. So scripts, insert. Okay. So ID nothing. User ID is my user ID. So this one. And title, it's by yogurt. Oops, yogurt. And is completed sub boolean, so false. Created at now the date format, it's funny. We can use now, I think. And now let's execute it. This is auto-generated. Okay, let's use another tool. It's much more user-friendly. Need to select this schema.prisma file. Okay, this is Prisma Studio. It's from Prismas. Very cool. Add records. So user ID is this one by record, whatever is written. I don't know. It's completed false, created, save change. Okay, now we have the record. If I refresh my endpoint, localhost API to-dos, I get this. Perfect. I can create another one. Title, to-do, learn, JWT is completed false, created that, and so on. Save change. If I refresh the page, I get another one. There's an issue here. Created at is not the current date. So let's go to the schema Prisma. Okay, so the problem here is that for created at, we don't have a default value. So default now. Default now. Okay. Now what we need to do is to push these modifications of the model to the database. Probably now we will get an error, or probably not, because it's a default. Could not find file, okay. Usual folder issue. Perfect. So if I delete these two records, I can add the record now. Okay, learn JWT. I have to, unfortunately, to close Prisma Studio and load it again. So Prisma Studio, open the schema, to do add record, user ID, learn JWT, and now created, it's null and with default now. Okay, so can save changes now. I don't have to touch it. Okay, perfect. So now created that is the current date of today, UTC 0. If I refresh, here we are. Let me create another record by last JS book. Oops, I did it again. Okay, so now we have two records. Cool. Okay, now what we want to do is to show the to-dos here, of course. So let me push, create a commit. So git commit messages feature API, and then the to-dos endpoint API REST and REST API endpoint. Okay. So let's go to the logged page. Okay. And here we want to add the list of to-dos. Okay. So you already know me. So we create a new component, organisms, new folder, to-dos list. Okay, or better to-dos. Okay, export to-dos, export const. Okay, so we already have the model, the type, the TypeScript type of our to-dos. So to-dos should be a to-do, but array. Okay, so now we can use to-dos. Yes, to render them. So to-dos.map, we have a to-do object. We return, what we return is probably a flex with, really important, this is a list. So Reacts want this key prop for every element of the list. Okay, and then we put inside our to-do.title. Okay. And that's it for the moment. Okay. So if I add this to the to-do, to the logged page, of course, nothing will appear. Because we need to send them, to send to them, to the component, the to-dos prop. To-dos. Oops. Type to-dos equals to-dos props, to-dos React functional component, to-dos props. Is missing the following properties from type props key React element. Not sure about the problem. To these props. It's not really clear. Okay. Okay, so it's more compact. I'm returning a flex. React element. Ah, very strange. We'll check it later. Anyway, what I want to show you is that if I include some fake hard-coded to-dos, it should appear. Yes. Yes, so we had the to-dos. Probably here we can add title. So return heading to-dos. Okay. Got it. Was missing this fragment because every list, when we have more than one component, we need to wrap it at least in a div or in a fragment like this. Okay. So now we have the to-dos. Too big probably. Better to use the Chakra UI. Heading. Okay, so we can say size LG or MD. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Now, what we want to do, of course, is not to have our coded to-dos, but retrieve them from our endpoint. So in order to do that, let's create a new component. Okay, new file, to-dos container.tsx, to-dos container. Okay, here we will use a React hook. So as soon as the page is loaded, we fetch the to-dos. Okay. Okay, we define a state variable to-dos, set to-dos, perfect. Okay, and we render to-dos. Exactly, perfect. Okay, now let's implement this fetch to-dos function. Fetch to-dos is an async function. Okay, I usually do Axios, but in this case we can use also fetch. So we fetch API to-dos for the current user. This is the response. We get the JSON and we return the data. This is an async function, so we can do then to-dos, set to-dos. Exactly. So if you're not familiar with React hooks, useState is a React hook where we can define the initial value of the state variable. In this case, it's an empty array. Then it returns an array with two elements. The first one is the state variable. In our case, we call it to-dos. The second one is the setter function. So we can invoke this function, like in this case, passing a value. This value will be set as the new value for the state variable to-dos. So when I fetch the to-dos, I get the to-dos, and I pass the to-dos to the set to-dos, then the values of the state variable to-dos is updated and is passed to the to-dos presentational component that we created before. Okay. Now in the logit page, instead of to-dos, we import the to-dos container. Okay. Great. So it's working already. So let me refresh the page. You can see that there is a call to API to-dos. This is the response. Okay. And so this is the data coming from my database, learn JWT by the last JS book. If you remember, we created two records here. With two titles, learn JWT by the last JS book. Here we are. Okay. Pretty cool, yeah? Okay, let me use user session. This is session, user session. Object is possibly undefined. Well, actually not that okay. So let's use the optional chaining. Why I say that should not be undefined? Because we have the check here. If the session is not defined, we redirect to the root page of our application. Okay, but that's fine. Let's add these two requests. Next API request, and response is next API response. Okay. Server side props should exist already, I think. Okay. Typescript. So there is a get server side props that we can use as a type here. Get server side props. So export const equals to this async. Okay. This is never used. Perfect. Okay, so we are almost done with the Pomodoro. So let me commit the changes. feature to-dos, added to-dos, added to-dos, retrieval. Show that to-dos login page. Okay, modifications on Git. So after the break, we will look at the other, oops, the other endpoints. So we implemented this, the get. We need to create a new to-do from our web application. And then, of course, we will find a way to modify it and delete it. Okay, see you later. Okay, we're back. So the break time is completed. So let's have a new session, 30 minutes this time. Okay, so now we're able to retrieve our to-dos. Let's find a way to create a new to-do. So let me split the screen. Okay, let's start from scratch. Let me start Next.js locally. Okay, so now what I would like to do is to add a simple input field with a button just to write some text inside, click the button and perform a request to the server, to the our endpoint, and create the to-do with the title. So let's get started with the new endpoint. So let me take the README. So we said that we have this endpoint API to-dos to retrieve all the to-dos of the current user. We want to create another endpoint API slash to-do with the HTTP method post to create a new to-do. So on the pages API, I create a new file, todo.ts. Let me copy what we have on to-dos and modify it a bit. So we want here post create to do and also put update to do, and we can use this handler also for delete. The only difference that for put and delete we need the ID of the to do to update or to delete. Okay, so in this case, if the HTTP method is not, okay, let's say we support posts. Thank you, GitHub Copilot. So post, put, and delete. This is an array, includes request.method. Could be undefined even. It's method or empty, but with a negative negation before. So if this array doesn't include the request method, then the method is not allowed. So if I receive get from my request, this array doesn't include, because there is the question mark, doesn't include get, then is not the method is not allowed. Okay. Then we check the session again because all of these actions need to know the user ID, so the user must be authenticated. And then we start. So let's remove this. So with post, create to do. Okay. And with put, update to do. And with the get, sorry, the delete, we delete the to do. Now let's see if GitHub is giving us some suggestions. Okay, so when we create the post, we have seen that, sorry, when we create a to-do, we need for sure the user ID, but we can retrieve it from the session. We need the title from the front end, And that's it. Because by default is complete, it will be false. So, okay. In our request body, we will have title, and that's it. Okay, we can put check if title is not there. We can return bad request, bad request. Otherwise, we can do Prisma to do. We need to create now. So let's go to the Prisma documentation. Let's open it here. Prisma.js. We said create and create. So Prisma, table name, create, data, and data inside. Okay. So to do, create, data. So title. Then we need user ID. We retrieve the user ID from session. And we said we need to have const user session. Type user session is the session casted. So user ID dot user session dot user ID. Then we need is completed. Oops. Okay. Is completed false. And the rest has a default value. So the ID is automatically generated. The ID of the to-do, created at, and updated at are automatically created. Okay. And we return rest.json, the returned to-do. Okay, there's something broken with the formatting. Let me understand what. This is closed, this is closed, closed. This is closed here. There's one more. Yes, okay. Okay, let's try it. So now we create another component, a molecules this time, which is the to-do, new to-do. To-do creator. Okay, export const, to-do creator. Okay. As always, let's use the flags and an input. Correct. So let's look at the Chakra UI documentation. Input. Okay. Really straightforward. Something to do. Okay. And then we need a small button, or better, an icon button. Okay. There are some icons present in Chakra UI. Probably there is a submit icon. Okay. We need to install it. Let's do it. I hope there is one, otherwise we need to stop it. We can use the plus icon. The add icon, yeah, would work for us. Okay, so plus icon, icon button, icon. So area label and icon. So icon is the plus icon, label, create, to do. Oops. It's not called plus icon, but it's called add icon. Okay. Now, when we click on the icon button, we need to call our endpoint, backend endpoint. So, okay, we need to retrieve the value of the input field. So we can say on change event, we can do set value to e.target.value. And then we create a new constant on submit, or better on create. Click on create. Okay. Okay. No, it's not. Let to fetch API to do's. So without, let's install Axios. npm e Axios. This is a package to manage HTTP requests. So I will do axios.post API to do. Okay. We need to send some data. So the title. That's it. Exactly. So let's debug something. So console.log request body. Here we import Axios from Axios. What about icons? No type definitions. Strange. And okay, so post with title value, where the title is this one. So let me refactor it. Title and set title. Okay, on click, just call on create. Okay, let's see what is wrong. Something is wrong with the packages, probably. Okay, yarn at Chakra UI icons. Let me remove the package. Lock. Yes, yarn. Okay. PM run dev. Okay. So we go to the logged page. And before the to-dos container, we add the to-do creator. Okay. Can add a title here, heading, create to-do. Okay, say flags, direction, column, padding top, or let's better padding Y, 16 pixels, size, MD. Okay, margin bottom 4 pixels. Okay, now let's put the input inside the flags. Okay, and then let's add a margin left of 4 pixels. Great. Now variant equals solid and color scheme is blue. Okay. Create a to-do, to-dos. Let's see what happens if I write here something and I click on the plus. So we're calling the to-do. Let me expand this. With a payload. This is a post with a payload. Okay. And this is the response. So it seems that it was created. Let's go to the database. I refresh the to-dos. We had a new to-do. Perfect. So it has been created. If I refresh the page, I get also the new one. Perfect. Okay, but it was not immediately shown. Let's see why. Because when a new to-do is created and nobody notifies it about the to-dos container. This is why. So considering that we made two different components, let's see how we can manage this. So we need to make them communicate. How? Through the logged page. Okay, let's see why. Let's see how. I create a refresh to do token and a set refresh to do token. The type is a string. Then I pass this refresh to do token to the to-dos container. To-dos container. So we have a new prop, refresh to do token. And we pass it to the use effect as a dependency. Okay, there are some questions in chat. Let me just complete this. So props, refresh, string, React FC to do props. Okay, so Chambellano is asking, how do you choose the amount of pixels for your styling? Is there a rule you follow? Okay, good question. So Chakra UI makes use of a virtual grid of 4 pixels by 4 pixels. So the base unit of measure is 4 pixels. So I follow the same approach, but usually I use multiples of 8 pixels. So that's why you often see myself putting 8 pixels or 16 pixels or 24, 32, and so on. So this is the base rule that I follow. And this way, the layout is, you know, well organized. So in this case, I just use 4 pixels for the margin, which is more than enough. And also here on the left, it's 4 pixels, if I remember. Yes. So let's say multiples of 4 or multiples of 8 pixels. Okay. Does it reply to your question? Okay, I hope so. Okay, back to the refresh to do token mechanism. What we need to understand here is how, okay, thanks. It's how the use effect works. So basically, there are two parts of the use effect React hook. The first one is the function. Let's say the callback function. The second argument is an array of variables. Okay. If I use this version, let's say, okay, with an empty array, this means that when the to-dos container component is mounted, so it's rendered for the first time, this callback is called. Okay, so just once when the to-dos container component is mounted. Instead, if I add a variable here, it means that whenever the value or refresh to-do token changes, this callback is invoked. So whenever the refresh token, to-do token value changes. So I show you how we can leverage this feature of the use effect to trigger fetch of the to-dos whenever we want. Okay, I hope this is clear. It's a very important concept of the use effect. Okay, another question from Filana. I have to go. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Filana. Yes, yes. So the recording of the streaming will be available. So no worries if you need to leave or you joined later. The recording will be there. So thanks, Felana, for attending. Okay, see you, see you. Okay, so I hope this is clear. Now back to the logged page. So now the to-dos container refresh token, sorry, the to-dos container calls the fetch to-dos whenever the value of the refresh to-do token changes. Now, the default value of the refresh to-do token, which is created in the logged page, is a State variable is an empty string. So if I go here again, I create a new to-do. Oops. Okay, I create a new to-do. I create it, but nothing happens. The to-do is created. If I refresh, I can see it. Okay, but not before. So let's complete this development. Now, in which component we know when a to-do is created, it's inside to-do creator. Because we have this onCreate function that executes the the HTTP post request. So then, okay, this access post returns a promise, so we can use uh, the syntax of the promise. So then catch in case of errors, so error, and also there is finally, which is at the end, regardless of successful response or an error, finally is always invoked. Okay, but in our case, we don't need it. So when the to-do is successfully created, on to-do created, we can create a new prop and we can call it on to-do created. This is a function. Okay. Okay, this is just a prop of type function that is passed to the to-do creator from above, from the parent, and it is invoked whenever we create successfully a new to-do. Now, of course, we need to define it here on to-do created. Okay, what do we do? When a to-do is successfully created, we need to refresh to change the value of our refresh to-do token. We can use month that's random. We don't care about the value to string. Let me just show you what's the result of this method. You see, it's always different. Okay, so considering this value is changed in the refresh to do token, you see, the fetch to dos will be called again. So let's try another to do. Another to do appeared. Pretty cool, yeah? Okay. Of course, we can do a lot of changes here to improve our user interface, but I mean, it's not the purpose of this course. So for instance, we could add a loading. We can do it actually. So there is a nice feature in the icon button should be is loading, correct, which is false. But okay, we can create is loading, set loading. So on create, we say set loading true. And here we use finally, because regardless of the result, we want to set loading to false. And then we pass the is loading variable to the icon button. Okay, so is loading state variable. The default value is false. But when I click on the plus plus icon button. I call the onCreate callback. I set the loading state to true. So is loading on the icon button is true. At the end of the request, I set loading to false. And so is loading is false. Let's see. Yeah, very cool. So you have a feedback about what's going on. Very, very cool. Okay, I think that the Pomodoro is complete. We can have another small break, I think. Okay, so what we need to do next? Um, we can implement the delete and the update. And finally, we will see how to release our application using Vercel and so get a URL so that everyone in the world can use our application. So we will use this, create a new project, link it to my repository on GitHub, and have it ready in 5 minutes. Okay, so see you later. See you in 10 minutes, no more. Okay, see you. Okay. So the break is done, is completed, finished. Let's get started with another session of 30 minutes. Okay, so it's afternoon, we did a lot of stuff, we're a bit tired, so let's make shorter our focus time, so 30 minutes. Okay, so now that we have our structure, so we are able to create new to-dos. When we create new to-dos, it automatically updates the list, voila, because it calls again the to-dos endpoint. Let's add the put HTTP request to update. We will add also the is completed, is completed state, and the delete. Okay, so let's work on um, the update of the to-do. Okay, so we have two components actually. One is to-dos, which is just a presentational component with the to-dos and the list of to-dos. So we need to extend this basically. We can transform this component by using an input element where the value is to-do the title. Okay. All right. So now we can edit the content. Okay. And so we can say, okay, let's change a bit the UI. So input, there is a variant unstyled that I like it. I like very much. So input variant unstyled. Okay. And probably we can add a margin Y of 4 pixels. Okay, we have more space for us. And now on change. So or better, on blur, let's do it on blur. So what's the user experience we want to achieve, or better, how we want to implement it. So I'm here, I update, I cannot update. This is it's not value, it's default value if not, I'm not wrong. Okay. Okay, but I can change the value. As soon as I move out of the input, so if I click outside or if I, using the tab, I move out of the input, we save. We save the new value. So we can say blur. I show you console log blur. So new to do, I click outside, blur. Another to do, I click, I press tab, blur. Okay, perfect. So on blur, we call a function which is on to do blur. Okay, on to do blur is a function that receives the ID of our to do. So let's say to do ID, the new title. Okay, and let's keep completed for the moment. Okay, so to do ID is a string, no title, it's a string. Okay, we call onto the blur with to do that ID and we need the new value. So E, the target event. So E is the event, the blur event. Okay, target value. Okay, so this is how we change the to-dos. To-dos is used in the to-dos container. So onto the blur, const onto the blur, we have exactly this stuff. Console.log onto the blur ID text. Okay, promise void. Okay, type string. Okay, sorry, this is a string. So here I am, learn JWT. Okay, onto the blur. This is the ID of the to-do, and this is the new text. Learn JWT. Okay. Let's do another small optimization. So we do so we call this only if the title is updated. So if to do title equals even target value return. This is called short circuit. So whenever our condition is matched, we just return. Okay, so now if now it's executed, if I blur on this, it's not executed because the value is exactly the same. If I remove this, it's not executed. Okay. Now on the to-dos container, on to-do blur, what we need to do is to call axios.put, something we use exactly to-do ID and new text. So we had to do ID, sorry, new title. So title is new title. Exactly. Okay. But we didn't implement this endpoint yet. So the put on API to do. So let's open that to do pages API. Okay. We go to the post, so the put. Okay. What we need to do is request body. We extract the ID. Yes, because this is in the param. So params ID. Then we extract the title from the request body. Okay, we need to check the value of request, which is this API request query key. Okay, and then we have body have preview data. So let's see on Next.js retrieve dynamic IDs. I suppose I need to do it a bit differently. Okay. I should make it like this, I think. Yes, router query. Okay. Okay, let's try to do it very clean. Select this one. Optional capture routes. Okay. Pages post will match post 1, ABC, but not post create. Okay. Okay, so new folder, to do, new file, pad.ts. Okay, so we copy to do. Okay, so here we support only posts. Here we support put and delete. Okay, we can remove the posts. Okay, this end should be in query. Oops. We need to extract PID, router query PID. Okay, which is actually the ID. Okay. Okay, and what we need to do is await Prisma update to do where ID data title exactly const to do. This is what we return. We return to do. Write a string. No, it doesn't like it. Const id string const pid to string. Okay. So let's try it. Okay, can remove this. I can remove delete. Okay, just to simplify a bit, we say that if the request method is different from post, okay, the method is not allowed. Okay. Okay, now into this container we call API to do ID with the new title. Let's see if it works. Okay, okay, okay. So we had put. This is the idea of the to do. This is the response. Let's see on the database. Learn JWT. Okay, perfect. So it worked. So let me commit these changes. Okay. Feature API, let's say web app, added to do update. And they push it. Okay, now let's work on the deletion or the completion. Yeah, so we want to mark it as completed. So we go to the to-dos container, to-dos. Okay, the to-dos component. So we can add here an input type equals checkbox. 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 No. Let's see on Chakra. There is a checkbox in component. Okay, there is also label eventually. We don't need it. Default is checked. I will say no. Okay, is disabled. Is invalid spacing. Okay. Okay. There should be a value prop. Let's see. Value, the value to be used. This value will be returned from submission. The initial value. Okay. Okay, let's try with value. So value equals to do dot is completed. Default value. Now there is the default is checked. All right. So if we go to database and they change this to true and save, and I refresh the page. Okay, this is checked. Very good. So let's change also a bit. Okay, if this is done, I would like to show it with a strike through. Okay, let's see if we are able to SX font text decoration. Oh, the previous one was perfect. Yes. If to do is completed, a line through, otherwise none. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. And if it is completed, I don't want to allow someone to change it. So read only to do is completed. Perfect. I cannot change it anymore. And also, sorry, let me do text decoration equals exactly. And also color equals, if it is completed, gray 500, otherwise black. Okay, very cool. Let's say gray 800. Okay, perfect. Now we want to update the to do, of course, the database when we click on the completed. Okay, so again on change on to do complete toggle. So again, the to do ID, and we need also the new value. So either target dot checked. So to do ID Oops. Okay. Okay. A boolean is completed. Boolean. So again, we go to the to-dos container. We create the new callback. Okay. Onto the blur. To-do ID is completed. Okay. Boolean. Okay. And is completed. Now, the only issue I see is that, okay, let's retrieve also uncompleted, and data is completed. Now, I don't want to, I mean, in one case, we send the title on the blur. In another case, we send is completed. So we want to make our code resilient and consider only the field that is sent, not everything. So let's say const updated data. Okay, and we say if title updated that data dot title equals title. Okay, we do the same on is completed, and we send only updated data. Okay. Now request data, it's okay, let's create a type to do update. Okay, contains a title or is completed. Both are optional, so could also not be present. Okay, perfect. So let's see if it works. There's something broken, probably database connections. Yes, we start it. npm run dev. Here we are. So, tac. This is the put. The payload there is completed and is completed true. Correct. Now we need to trigger again the update of the list. So the refresh token. Okay. So let's create another, which is refresh completed token to do. Okay. And so we add this as a dependency for the hook. And we say that on to do complete toggle. Finally, we set the complete to do token to a new random string. Okay. Let's try. Okay, it took a bit, but at the end, it worked. Also, I see that the order changed. So Let's see how we can order, probably on the create that. Okay, so let's go to our to-dos API. We retrieve this. Okay, let's go to Prisma.js to see how we can sort the data. Filtering and sorting. Filtering and sorting. Okay, so order by. So I want to order by created at. Okay, but also is completed. So let's put is completed first. So I want to complete it. Oh no, let's use created at only at the moment. Okay. Yep. Okay. It take a bit of time. Let's see if on the checkbox there is also a loading state. Would be great, but I don't think so. Okay, we should implement it by our own. Okay, so let's skip it for the moment. Okay, and we did everything. We can update. Okay, we can complete. Voila, perfect. And we can create new to do. Very, very cool. Okay. Is there anything? Ah, the delete. Cool, cool. Okay, so let me commit these modifications first. So we have the update, get commit, feature, web app, added, to do title update, and completion. Okay. Okay, let's do the delete. So always on the PID one. Okay, should be really fast. So we extract the PID, we convert it to a string. Okay, and then we say to do dot delete where ID. Okay. Then again, we go to the to-dos, TSX. We add an icon button, icon button, icon. I suppose there is a delete icon. Yes. Area label delete to do. Okay. And don't click. We need to call on to do delete to do ID. Okay. Okay. Now we go to the to-dos container and we add the onto the delete. It's really similar to this one. To-do delete. We only have that to-do ID. Okay, so we call the delete. All right, and again, we trigger the incomplete to-do token to refresh the list. Okay, this is not super nice, so let's go to Chakra, icon button. There should be a size property. Size, okay. Let's try to make it variant ghost and size very small. So variant ghost and size small. Okay. And also margin left equals 4 pixels. See more. Okay. And what about the fill? Red 500. Let's say color scheme red. Okay, not bad. But I want to show it only on hover. Okay. This is interesting. Never did it with Chakra UI, so let's do it. Hover. No. Style, props, hover. Okay, group hover. Okay. Should do the work. Okay, say display or better opacity. It's 1. Otherwise, opacity is 0. And also we show it also if to do is complete is false. Or better, let's fill the space. To do dot is complete. Zero, otherwise 1. Okay, role group. Okay. So, okay. Let's say visibility to do that is complete is completed, hidden, otherwise visible. Okay. Okay, this way I don't have the cursor pointer. Okay. Okay. Very nice. Okay, let's try to delete one. So I remove this completed from here. Didn't work. Is completed false. Is completed true. Right. Because in the endpoint, I had generic. Okay, so we should say it's different from undefined. Because in case it's false, it was skipped. Now it's not. Okay, so okay. Usual. Okay. Too many connections to the database. That's why we have this. At every reload of Next.js, when we update the code, it creates a new connection to the database. So when we reach the limit of 20, it's going to raise an error. Okay, let's try again. Okay, and now we can remove it. Perfect. Okay, 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 and they update it. Great. Okay, so now we have also the deletion. Okay, so I can add this and commit, get commit, the term feature web app added to do deletion. Cool. Okay, now the last step is to deploy it to the world. So at the moment we have this application on the local host. We can run it locally. It works, but let's try to make it available to everyone. So, okay, this is Vercel.com. This is the company behind the Next.js. Um, you know, they have many services, but basically they allow you to connect some repositories, Git repositories, and it automatically retrieves the updates of your repository when you push to your branches, and it deploys on temporary URLs. You can configure your domain, your custom domain, of course, and so on. But it's really cool. So let's try to change a bit the permissions. Okay, I need to log in. Permissions. Only select the repositories, Fullstack React App, and I save. Okay, now Fullstack React App is there. I click on import. Framework preset is Next.js. Okay. The root directory, unfortunately, is not the root directory, but it's the Fullstack React App. If we go to GitHub and I open it, you see the application is inside this full stack React app. So I copy it. So the root directory is full stack React app. Okay. And then all the rest is it's standard, so we don't need to modify anything. Here we need to define to include the environment variables that we included in the .env file. So I remember you that we have the database URL, okay, defined in the .env file, and In our case, I use Twitter as authentication provider, so the Twitter client ID and Twitter client secret. So you need to go here, insert the value, and click on add. And then the same for this. Of course, put inside there the correct values and database URL. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, deploy. So now in the cloud, Vercel downloads the clones, the GitHub repository, builds everything, and assigns a random domain, basically. Okay, installing Chakra UI. It usually takes a few minutes, really a few minutes, like 2 or 3, depending on the size of your application, of course. Okay, building. But the nice thing is that once you have your repository imported in Vercel, when you update your code, you save, you create a commit. When you push on the branch, automatically Vercel rebuilds and redeploys everything. So this is called continuous integration. Oh, sorry, continuous delivery. Okay, so now we have preview, ship, cool. So this is set up. Nice, congrats. We have also the preview. Go to the dashboard. Okay, this is the domain assigned to it. Here we are. We have our application online and everyone can use it. Now, if you try to log in with Twitter, this is not going to work because you need to go to the Twitter developer portal, uh, developer portal, and access to the app that you created and add this domain, this one. Otherwise, I mean, it will not work. Okay, let me try to do it. So, callback URLs. No, no. The point is that I should create a brand new application. I'm not able to, I mean, they don't allow us to, let me show you. There's nothing particularly important. So they allow to define a single callback URL. So I created, for instance, this Twitter application for highway dev development. So it works on localhost. And this is, I mean, I used the keys from this application also to work on local. But in order to make it working here on here, Fullstack React app Vercel.app, I should create another application and add the correct domain. So at the moment, I'm not able to show you also the rest of the application online. In fact, it doesn't work. But with few steps, you're able to deploy your application online. Okay, I think that's almost everything. It was a huge rush today. We've seen many, many things, and let's see if I forgot something. I think not. I think not. Okay, very cool. So we have seen everything. Thanks for attending this live streaming, and let me know if you have any feedback. Write to me on Twitter. You know that I'm very active on Twitter. So this is my handle. Okay, send me a DM, a direct message, no problem at all. And yeah, it was nice. That's all. Thank you very much, guys. See you next time. Thank you. Bye, 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 bye.